Welcome. Welcome everyone to a Friday stream where I kinda have a feeling like I want to do something different. And I have no real clue yet where that's gonna go. So, welcome. And we're gonna try something out and see what happens. And maybe chat can give some ideas. We'll see if I like those and what happens then. If nothing works out, we have other things we can do. I have a sample pack I'm working on, a new drum sample pack for like bass music stuff. And we can make samples for that. So we've always got stuff to sound design if nothing works out. And we could also go through older projects if nothing works. So we've got plenty of stuff to do, I guess. Anyways, I hope you're all doing good. Hope your week was fine. Let me just switch to this view for now. Yeah, so not really much of a plan yet. I guess we'll just get started with something. How far zoomed in are we? That's 16. Okay, let's just make something here. We are currently at drum bass tempo, but that might change if I feel like it. I think what could be cool is just if we make something in MIDI, so that when we stretch it or when we slow it down, it doesn't really degrade, and then we can just check out what we like in terms of a tempo, and we'll see what happens then. I guess it could be all going all kinds of directions. Maybe half time, maybe just drum and bass, maybe something completely different. We'll see. Yo, Mr. Pyro, welcome. Okay, let's see. What should we start with? Should we just start with some kind of an art pattern? What are we gonna start with? Let's think. Well, that's gonna be the big question, Mr. V3. It's gonna be the big question. We'll see. We are at drum and bass tempo at the moment, but who knows what is gonna happen. Actually, let me just keep it really simple for now. Maybe even just like that, so it's mono. And let's throw something on there. I guess a portal. Never hurts. Let's see if there's any like really low frequencies happening. Yeah, because of the FM. So just do that. And then let's just mess with portal for a little bit and see what we get. I guess we can just go to my favorites. I'm also gonna put something under it for now. Just a simple bass layer. So we have a bit of an idea of what it would sound like. We'll just do a Reese, like a simple Reese. I guess D sharp. Okay, let's just set something up here. Let's go and just remove that one. There we go. I mean, we don't really need much, I think. And the bass line here is using the same notes as what I did for the ARP, so it should work perfectly fine. That's actually really interesting. I don't like that it speeds up. I wish that it was just an octave higher delay. But it's also going faster, which is annoying. Okay, wait. Down might work. Actually, these sound quite different. I wasn't reverse pitch, of course. That one sounded pretty cool. Okay, that's actually pretty cool too. Yeah, the Reese is also mono in the low end, which is why it sounds really, really good. The bass is consistent, and that's why I did this. So you basically just remove the fundamental here, and then you add basically just a clean fundamental that is mono in the other oscillator. And you can go even further. Like if you, for instance, say like, oh, I want the entire, let's say let's say I want the sub to be clean in mono. Like I want that one to be perfectly consistent, and also the first and the second harmonic, for instance. You can do that as well. You can just go in here and remove the other two as well here, and then add those back into the sine wave here. And then you kind of just you decide which part is wide and which part has movement and which part is perfectly fine in mono, which is kind of nice. Makes it nice and consistent. And you can see it as well here. So the bottom one is the side signal. I kind of like this. Now let's see what could we do here. So I want to see what happens if we start changing some of these on where the notes change as well. Even though it's a little, maybe a bit slow for that. It also comes in really late. If we're gonna do that, we're gonna have to record this and shift it back, because otherwise you can hear it as well, like how the Reese comes in immediately and the other one comes in much later. And right now it's fine because it's the same thing repeated. But what if we just quickly go back to here? And I'm just gonna go and do this for now. So I like that, but I want to see if I can double the length, I guess. And let's see. I mean, it does sound cool, but let's see what happens if we mess with these a little bit. So here we go to B. That might actually already be fine. Because that D sharp is a major interval with B underneath it, so that kind of works. And then here, when the bass goes to A sharp, and this one becomes the fifth. What does it sound like with just the notes like that? See how late that change comes in? So if we just delete these. Now it's probably going to be wise to do this. Freeze. And create a new audio track. Let's just put this right over here. And we can immediately see how late it starts. And then all we have to do is let's just unwarp it. Let's just move this down to where that thing is, I guess. And let's grab these and drop them on here. Let's see if we do a little filtering here. Yo, Budney. Let's start adding a few drums, I guess. And I'm just gonna start with some drum and bass percussion kind of things, and then we'll see what happens. I do have a bit of an idea of something where we could take this. It's gonna be, but I don't know if you guys are gonna like that direction, because it's gonna be a lot more 4 on the floor than what I normally do. Let me light up a candle. Let me get it smelling nice in here. What do we got? Bergamot, patchouli, and cedarwood. Oh nice, it's already the right pitch. Wait. Like I said, we're just gonna start with a simple thing, and we're gonna see what happens. Do we have some kind of a... Let's see. Actually, might work. I mean, it's an audio, but doesn't matter. It's fucking long as well. Gabber. I mean, it's close to what I was thinking, but not exactly. I was thinking, I've been enjoying techno a lot lately, and I do like the crossover between techno and drum and bass. So we could try. Why are we getting noise on here? Is that in here? It's probably the H thing. Yeah. Okay, let's get rid of that. I don't like it when plugins add random noise for no reason. Because that all adds up in the end, you know, like a little bit here, like I get it for like a lot of kind of music maybe when you're just using a little bit of delay here and like a little bit of reverb there, but if you're doing electronic music and you're doing these huge effects change, that little bit of tiny noise that it adds, if it's at 50%, right now it doesn't show up, but as soon as I play and then stop, it's gonna keep that little bit of noise going. And that's also going to have a lot of low frequencies, right? So that's all going to build up so much. It's not nice at all. So H, gone. Yeah, we can try. Okay. I guess then we should just start making kicks. Because that's one of the more important things that we're going to need. Then we're probably gonna have a completely different intro vibe, or at least for the drums. We're probably gonna go for more, I don't know, some more percussion thing. It can have some shuffle, but it's gonna have to be more lighter and very simple, so like almost head-like, I guess. But I guess we're gonna move here, and we're gonna make some kick. Kick time, okay. Okay, we'll do that. Let's make a new group. I guess a serum. I'm not gonna do too much different than what I would normally do, I guess. I guess the kick is just gonna be a little bit longer than usual. I am gonna still do my trusty little trick of using another one pretty fast and doing something like this maybe. We'll have to adjust that. But let's first start by, I guess... There you go. There you go. Bit much. What if we do that before? No, I don't like that at all. Let's go in here and let's mess with... Oh yeah, what we're gonna do now, I guess. Let's go and... It still needs a lot more of the... I feel like it needs more of a transient, but we'll get to that. Let's start with some... Let's do that. And let's go and find something maybe in here. Let's make that mono. Let's leave a little bit more high frequencies in there. We can always take off more. And let's, I guess, put on an LFO tool for now, so we can at least make the kick come through a bit more cleaner. And then we'll start messing with the whole patch, I guess. Yeah, let's just put that in here. And... that. I'm just gonna do it with this so that we don't get a click. We're gonna get a little bit of overlap between the kick and the reverb part, but that doesn't matter. I can always resample it and make it perfect. Okay, so if we go in here and we start messing with the size, for instance, we're gonna get all kinds of weird, different results. And if we go back into the kick patch, and let's see. Should we try having... No, not that one. I want another point. Very close to this one, but so that there's a little bit of a horizontal part, and then we're gonna drop down. Let's see what that sounds like. And then we can... See, so we're adding a little... And it's very subtle, but something like that can really help to give it more punch. Have to play around with it though. Maybe add a bit more like that so we can hear what it does. So much the different things we could do there, and of course the phase here is also gonna matter, especially if we add a click. So if I do, that might actually be good, like adding another one of these, doesn't really matter which one, just pick one, and do this, like pretty short shape like that, and now if we... Well, it's actually not that big of a difference. Sometimes this will make a huge difference. Maybe if we have some more processing. I guess if we have the reverb thing on, it might already start making more of a difference. But we have to mess with this because it's starting to clip very loud. And we're pretty fast still as well, so we could try and slow things down at some point. Like right now I'm almost feeling like the kick has too much high frequencies, and I moved it behind millimeters. One moment, there we go. And there's too much of that, this one. Now, let's see, let's mess. Don't like how the kick sounds. Okay, that's slightly better. Like that slightly more. I'm not entirely sure yet what it's gonna be. That's what we're gonna see. We're just messing with this for now. What are we gonna do? Let's think. What if we group this one? And let's see what we get if we use a delay. Let's do... I know this will work if we do one set to 2 and then unlink it and the other one to 3. Now it's going to be stereo, of course. So is that correct? 2 and 3? Yeah, I think it is. Yeah. And then we just put a utility after it, making it mono. And we got that. So we still have this on it as well, so that's kind of helping with that. Now what can we do? Let's see. What if we do both of these? Okay. Okay. Something. What if we... let's go into the reverb one and let's try... I don't know. Maybe just put this after here. No, then it's running on... Oh, no. It's only on the reverb and the delay, because we have a separate dry one. Okay, if we put this here, the drum bus has that boom feature that I know about. What if we tune that to D sharp? Can we maybe add like a nice extra amount of sub? I mean, it already has sub, but let's see what we get. And then... that definitely adds sub. I want to see real quick what the difference is. I mean, I can see it here, I guess. It's becoming really loud and it's clipping like crazy, but... yeah, don't worry. We're just seeing what happens. Now, let's see. I'm just gonna quickly... No, before I do anything else, let me add some extra drums here that we might use. And then we'll start messing with things. It still sounds like shit, but bear with me. Then we'll take out one kick, and then we'll just repeat that. Then I guess we'll bring in an open hat or something. I mean, do I have some... Wait, I think I have an old pack from Xfer Records. Yeah, they once made a sample pack. Let's go. Why you have to be annoying? Why you have to be pre-shifted? We'll fix that. No. Actually, I'll do it just with an open head, because that's gonna make things... Oh wait, what did I remove? Nothing, right? No. Okay, good. Because if I put it in a drum rack, it's also not gonna sound completely fucking dumb when we slow the tempo down, because I'm not too sure if this is the right tempo. It's quite quick. Let's see. Open heads, open heads. Open heads. Let's go and find some hi-hats. Yo, why are you closed? For fuck's sake, come on. We raving tonight? Yeah, maybe. If that's the direction where we're gonna head in tonight, then that's the direction we're gonna head in. I don't really mind what happens today. I just want to make something. And whatever that is, it is. Let's find a better one. Let's just search for open hat and go to here. Beautiful open hat. Nah. I mean, that always works. Okay, let's go and... Like, should we go for... We need to process this thing as well. It still sounds like shit. Let's think. I'm quite out of my comfort zone at the moment, which is fun. Let's see. Let's take an EQ. where's... So that peak here is actually the low, or it's actually... What is that? It's actually G sharp or A or something. Which is sort of like the loudest, the bass frequency that we are getting. So I think that is going to change if we change the size here. Yeah. See? Now it's in a different spot. So yeah, I know. Which is also why I just have a delay and a reverb layer together, even though they're both adding low frequencies. It doesn't really matter. But what I am concerned about is what the sort of like the pitch of the rumble is getting at. I do want it to be roughly at D sharp, because that's kind of what the rest of the track is going to be, I guess. So maybe try a different... Get rid of that one for now. Here. So now drum bass tempo sounds fucking quick. Right? On 60. $55? Maybe? I'll resample this one as well without the Elevoto on it, so that I can, you know, align the rumble a bit different in certain ways, be a little bit more creative with it than what we can do now. But I want to find a good setting first that I like the sound of. Of course, we also have the patch going into it that we can mess with. Deliberately gonna leave it a little bit cleaner so that we can add some more distortion later. So let me quickly check what this one looks like. It's not too bad actually. It's a pretty clear sub-frequency in here, so that's nice. I do wish the transient was a bit more... Maybe we should layer something on top of it. I think I don't like the noise in the click though, so... Just get rid of that. Oh, that's the one on the noise, I think. Yeah, we need to have this one. If I remember correctly, 9 in here is already an octave if it's assigned to the pitch, so 9 would be an octave, roughly. Now if we record that kick, what is the difference? Yeah, so see, we can see that the start of that has a little bit more of a faster wiggle at the start, just making the transit a little bit more defined, but does have quite enough power, I think. So let's go and do that. And let's see, what should we add? Some extra. Oh, there's also a weird frequency popping up. Whatever. And this is all from that drum bus, which means we're gonna have to resample this at some point. Let's see what else we can get with this. See if we can just get some texture and then we can high pass it and then use that as a layer on like a dry version or something. Like, I can actually set that up real quick if we want to hear what that would sound like. Just have a dry version and then put this on there with, I don't know, maybe a high pass. And that extra crunch. That's also a reason why we will have to resample that. Actually, I'm just gonna listen to it without any... Okay, yeah. I just want to hear what it does. Making stuff loud, that's what it does. Huh? Okay. Odd. Never knew that it did that. Weird. I'm not sure what we're gonna go into, honestly. Beautiful. Let's see, what else do we have? And we can hear better what the... I'm just gonna add some more extra loops, sorry. I need to get some more ideas of how that would sound. Do I have I have a folder with some really old samples. What do we have in here? Drums. We have some nice top layer that we can use. Just to fill things up for now. Do I got some more stuff? Let's see. Might have in my old sample folders. We have here. We have some. Just fill it up a little bit with some stuff so we can hear what it's gonna sound like with some extra things. What else do we got? Tech house. We got hi-hat loops somewhere, top loops. Why do they all have an open hat? That's so annoying. Okay, different folder. They all got an open hat, and I want some more shuffly things now. Do we have in here? Fuck it. See what happens. This thing is so fucking distorted now. Let's turn that off now. Okay, I don't like that. Let's go. We need some hat thing. Some faster hats. I could go into here maybe. Just add. They'll do for now. Why are you Oh, sorry, my mic was muted. Yeah, my bad. I mean, we could still go for the same intro kind of vibe. We just need to figure out a transition. Because right now we get that, and it's still fucking messy, and it's mostly because of this one. Mostly because of that. I don't like that shuffle, but we'll figure that one out at some point. I kind of want to have something that repeats like that. But it's a shame that this one is in the open hat loop, right? This is an open hat, but there's something else in there that repeats every, what is it, every 2 beats? Yeah, every 2 beats there's an extra hit here. That thing, but it's in that open hat, if you get what I mean, which is a bit of a shame. So I kind of want to, I guess, create something that loops every 2 beats. Something cool. Okay, bear with me. Should this continue? Oh yeah, here we need to switch this down for sure. Just do this. No, we're not gonna have that repeat. That's gonna go away. We're gonna go into something else, but I kind of want to figure out a little bit of the intro. Now we know what kind of vibe we're gonna going for. I still want to check out maybe a few little different tempos and see what I like most. Like this could work, but I'm also thinking of maybe going even a little bit slower, like 145 or 150 maybe. That is gonna affect the rumble again, so we're gonna have to adjust that as well. That's the fucked up part because I haven't resampled it yet. Every time we change the tempo, we're gonna have to adjust the size on the reverb to make it sound good again. Because that reverb size is making a huge part of that rumble. So it sounds good on 155. Kinda. Where's that? Oh, now we're at 144. Is kind of nice, or we could go to something faster, like I don't know, maybe 160, which I kind of personally like quite a lot. Faster techno stuff. Like if I'm listening to techno, I have to admit, I said it on Twitter earlier this week. Like the older I get, the more I start to like techno. I absolutely didn't like techno as a kid growing up. I thought it was boring and it was repetitive, which it is. But the more I grew older, the more I started enjoying it, if you get what I mean. We need a time-synced reverb plugin already. There is a time-synced reverb plugin. What if I told you that? I'm not sure if I have it installed though. Was it spaced out? Not entirely sure. Let's check real quick. Is this one time synced? I don't think so. Don't think it was that one. I know I had a time synced. Was it crystalline? It was like a delay, but you could turn it into a reverb as well. Yeah. Baby Audio crystalline. So it's basically a reverb delay kind of thing, but it has time sync. So you can say like, I want it to be exactly that long. Which I don't know how that sounds, but so see, so we can do exactly one beat, and then it's exactly a beat, of course. I don't get too much low end from it though. That's a bit of a shame. So yeah, it is kind of cool, but I would really say we need a lot of extra processing on this to make it sound like a proper, still really quiet. We can go a bit more into that direction. Then we get some more sub out of it, I guess. So it works. On a little bit of width. But I find it still a little bit limited in how much different things I can get with it. But it's a cool idea, for sure. lot of stuff down here, which I'm not sure if that's gonna be a good thing. Let's see what it looks like here. Holy shit. Look at that waveform. I don't think her kick has a transient anymore now. All the sub. I mean, it does kind of work. Yeah, I think it will. I'm just checking what... There's a lot of stuff here that is a bit much, maybe. Though it's also where a bit of the punch comes from, so... This can also do a huge difference, like having like a high pass somewhere below it. It will change the phase relationship between everything, and that can sometimes really change how things sound. In this case, it really cleans it up, but mostly the delay part. Listen. See how it suddenly... Which is kind of interesting. There's a lot of sub in this now, and two less mids in my opinion, but we can add that some way. Like, it also can be deceiving because with like the hats and shit, it's already gonna have more mids, so cleans it up a lot. So let's keep it like this, I guess. Yeah, it really cleans it up in this case. Like, without that high pass, it just sounds really odd. Like, if we turn this off, it just... You hear the delay a lot more obvious. There's still a lot of, how do you say it? Limiting happening. There's a lot of limiting happening here for some reason. Look at that. The first time it plays. Oh, that's the extra kick, of course. That is kicking in there. If I take this off. Yeah, it's not that bad actually. So what are we gonna do? 162? That's what we are at now. I mean, I do kind of like 162, honestly. It's a bit slower than drum and bass, but not too slow. Not as slow as some techno that I don't like. But it's still quite fast. What kind of intro can you do? You got Trash 2, but you haven't activated it yet? Ooh. I would definitely try and do that as soon as possible. I'm not sure how long you're going to be able to keep doing that. With them discontinuing Trash 2. I know that there's going to be like... You can still use it, but... Well, they've already discontinued it. You can't purchase it anymore, as long as I know. I think they discontinued it quite a bit ago, actually. Isotope discontinued Trash. When was that? The 10th of December. That I see posts on Reddit about it. And like around the 26th of October, people, all the news websites were sharing it. They actually discontinued Iris 2, Break Tweaker, and Trash 2. I mean, if you have it, then you have it, right? Yeah. And I mean, there's always ways to still get it. Like, let's be honest. Especially if a product is discontinued, it kind of becomes, what is it? How do you say that? It's the same thing as with the whole Camel Audio thing, right? You know how many people still use Camel Crusher and Camel Fat? Abandonware, exactly. That was the word I was looking for. It's like, you know how many people still use those plugins, even though they've been discontinued like ages ago. There's only one way to get them. Right? It's like... They don't support it. Yeah, exactly. They stopped the support for it. There's no updates anymore and stuff like that. And you can't buy it anymore. But you can still use it. Yeah, I still have a Camel Fat installation on my PC that is definitely not a legit installation, but that's the only way how I can have it, You know, like if I open up an old project that uses camel fat, I need to have it. It's as simple as that. That's the thing that whole thing with camel audio was so stupid. Like so many people had issues because of that with like their old projects, and the only way to get that fixed was just to, you know, go the piracy route. Yeah, it's such a shame because Camel Fat was such a good plugin back then, and like Camel Crusher as well. And the whole takeover that Apple did, it was such a weird thing. I still remember it pretty well. Um, but yeah, but like whatever, there's not much you can do in it. Okay, so let's think. I don't really use it anymore, honestly, but there might be old projects that still have it, right? It's one of the plugins that I know that I used a lot back in the day, so when I open up old projects, then yeah, it does sometimes happen that there's a camel fat in there. And it's kind of shit if you don't know what the settings are because it's really long ago that you've done the project and you don't have the plugin. So you can't replicate it on something else. Plus camel fat kind of had its own sound as well, with the weird extra bandpass and band reject filter it had in it and stuff like that. So it was sometimes kind of hard to replicate that sound exactly. Because it was kind of more than just a distortion, right? It had like the filters and then the compressor and the flanger in it and a couple of other things. So, yeah, I'm thinking about the intro, what we can do for this. And I'm aware that the first part of this drop is absolutely not good yet, but I was mostly focused on the sound design of this thing. And this is also gonna change, but it's just for now, so that we kind of have a little bit of an introduction to what's coming. So it doesn't just come out of nowhere. Maybe we should do a little automation on that frequency here, just to give it a bit more movement over this section. Just go down a little bit. And we can, if we go in here, let me rename these as well, because it's gonna get annoying otherwise. So that's the reverb chain, and that's the delay chain. And then we can say, grab this one, and then we're gonna turn the delay on right here. Yeah, we really need to work on the intro right now. Think about that. So here we're gonna get like a real, like a bit of a build kind of vibe, but what if we start that here? still comes in at a weird time. It's like this needs to be timed somewhere else. Not exactly sure. Let me... I'm gonna go back to... Oh wait. Let me not do that because then the filter automation is gone as well. I'm gonna go back to this one real quick. And let me move that one so it's in time with that one right there. And let's see, because I'm thinking real quick, I don't want this change here yet. I think I want to keep it the same for a while. And then maybe even for the entire duration of this first section, we just want to have the same thing. Oh yeah, I can turn this on so it sounds roughly the same as what we had. Let me turn the other one off for now. And let me just quickly copy this one as well. Is that in mono? What? This sound? No? It's close. It's not exactly mono. But there is a little bit of width. It's quite mono though, yeah. I agree. That's something we can work on. Like if we look at this here, the bottom one is the side information, the top one is the mid information. So there it is quite mono. Yeah. There's a little bit of stuff happening here. Now it's white. But doesn't really matter for now, I guess. White or not. This is gonna feel like it's gonna come in at the wrong moment, I think. Yeah, it feels like it comes in way too early. So let's see. Where is it gonna come in? And that's what I usually do as well. When I'm stuck, when I don't feel like producing, I just check who's producing right now, who's streaming. Kind of works. Having it right timed like there. Maybe that will work. So I want this intro to be quite, how do we say that? Vibey is maybe not the right word. It's like, I guess a bit more darker. But I do like this chord thing here. I think if we just use that structure for like most of the intro, so probably just this section, the bass is gonna come in the second half, but then in the first half we can have, I don't know, some other elements playing intervals that make sense with this, because that's kind of like the underlying chord structure, D sharp to B to A sharp, and then we either cut that out here and we just start basically sticking to only D sharp, or we keep this going but more subtly, so that it's like, I don't know, almost you don't hear it when this section starts, and then at the end maybe some high note or something comes in that is a fifth or something from these bass notes, to kind of still have it a little bit, or maybe an ARP in this section. I don't know, we'll see. But it needs to lead into this thing. And that's the most important thing, I guess. Could maybe do something with a vocal as well. But then we're gonna have to find a vocal. I do have a folder of like those old rock scare movies and shit, which are absolutely hilarious, if anybody of you knows what I'm talking about. Those specifically US made anti-drug movies from back in the day. Those were absolutely ridiculous, and there's some really cool vocals in those. So we might be able to find something in there. I have a whole folder of them. Old-time radio. Yeah, I guess something like that could work as well. I have a YouTube channel for it, you know? There's a YouTube channel, and I said this before on stream. Anybody who's looking for samples, and I'm not too afraid to share this YouTube channel, because every day they upload new videos, so you can literally just check every single day and see what have they uploaded today. Is there something that I can sample? And okay, why is my YouTube bugged out? What the fuck? Guys, look at my YouTube homepage. What the hell? What the hell? Okay. That's weird. Let's try that again. Okay, now it works. Weird. So there's a YouTube channel called Periscope Film. And this channel is an absolute goldmine. This is an absolute goldmine. This is basically a company that preserves old films, and you can buy licenses to them if you like want to use the footage in like a documentary or stuff like that. But they upload them all on their YouTube channel, and there's literally one every single day. I don't know how many videos they have. Can we see that? Not right here. I would have to check their social blade or something, but they have so many uploads. Like here, 1 hour ago. Should You Drink? 1953 health class educational film about alcohol use and shit. Like, every single day, they have all kinds of stuff. And it's like the most random topics sometimes. But if you just look through it, you're gonna find some pretty cool vocals here and there. Assassin of Youth. About weed, clearly. There's so much stuff on here, man. And like I'm only 3 weeks ago right now on their uploads, and it just keeps going. There's every single day there's like 4 or 5 uploads. So if you're looking for like old vocals, like snippets that you can use, yeah, this is probably a pretty good place to check. I mean, I don't know, but if you use one single little snippet of a word, who the fuck is gonna find it out? Let's be honest. You really think that they're gonna find that out? From what I've learned from looking at the music industry and what happens, you shouldn't care about using a single word or a single sentence from like, as long as you're not sampling like a major label artist, you're gonna be fine. I see so many people that are simply just using a small little piece from a film, like, and most of the time it's older films, but still, like, there's copyright on those films, but nobody is getting fucked for that. But yeah, if you're, if you're gonna sample vocals from like a major label record, for instance, or some other kind of record that did really well, yeah, YouTube is probably gonna pick it up, right? But at least for now, it doesn't really work much on like clips of old films and shit. So, and like a lot of those films as well, they're so old. Like, nobody's gonna notice, man. AI is getting smarter. I mean, I guess. But I even there's even an argument for the whole thing, like, um, especially in the case of electronic music. Like, if you're doing something like let's say you're using one of those old films, like let me just check real quick. I have a bunch here. Let's just drag one in. Fuck it. Let's drag one in. And let's see, there's probably an area here where there's not much music, like here.
Let us examine marijuana.
There we go. Like, if you're gonna pick that,
let us examine marijuana.
Nobody's gonna fucking notice that. Especially if you start processing it a bit, pitch it down. And if it's that short of a clip, or maybe even shorter, like a single word. By the way, quite fucking funny that it's exactly that clip. And the beauty of it is, like, if it's so short, there's even an argument to be made in court that it's fair use, because it doesn't take away from the purpose of the original material. And it's, if you process it, like pitch it around, put effects on it, and make it sound different, it's also transformative, which is already two of the requirements for fair use. And that's also why most of those kind of instances are not fought in court. That's why people can get away with it, because there's an argument to be made for that. So that's why you won't be dragged into court for this. It's different when you take, I don't know, a Michael Jackson a cappella, sample an entire verse, and put like a vocoder or some other kind of effect on his voice and call it a day. Then you're playing with fire. But that's what I always say about, like, when I say you need, when you want to sample, you need to sample creatively. That's what you need to do, because then you have an argument in court. If you sample it creatively and do it in a way, like, there's actually drum and bass tunes. Like, I follow a bunch of drum and bass guys on Patreon where they show breakdowns of their tracks, and I can see that the vocal parts, the vocal chops in their track are Mariah Carey acapellas and other acapellas of really famous artists. But as long as you create something completely different out of it, if it's something that recognizable or something that well known, you will be able to get away with it, because let them prove it, right? That it was made from that specific acapella. It's all about how you use it. And unless you've seen the breakdown on their Patreon, you would never know if you hear the track. That's the beauty of it. And with something like this, it's so short, and it's also from such an obscure source that the chance you ever getting an issue with it is quite small. And even if it then happens, like I said, you then have the argument, well, but I'm already meeting 2 of the requirements of fair use and potentially maybe even more of them. I would have to really look into it, but I know that I would already meet 2, which is the, what is it? Not taking away of the original purpose of the purpose of the original work and making it transformative. Those 2 things are really easy to achieve. As long as it's really super short, right? Like if I take, for instance, an entire phrase, like an entire section here, let's say there's an entire segment in this old film that has like a voice, and I just build an intro around that entire section, and I just chop it up and, you know, like make it use basically, I don't know, 10 sentences out of that entire film, then you might get into issues. Because then they have an argument, right? Because then you're kind of taken away from the purpose of the original film because the entire message is in it. And then this, you know, copyright stuff is really complicated, basically. It's really complicated. But I wouldn't care too much. Output Arcade looks quite interesting. I saw it actually. I looked into it and it looks quite. But isn't it subscription based as well? I kind of hate subscription based things, man. I can't lie to you, man. I really hate those kind of things. Just give me a fucking rent to own or something. I'm all about that. That's fine. But like subscriptions, like I get it. It works for the companies, but it's not really good for the consumers. Like if you have 1 or 2 subscriptions, okay, it's fine. But especially if you start doing things professionally, you're gonna need so many different subscriptions, and that is really gonna add up. Especially in the long run. Like that's the kind of problem I have with subscription-based models for creative software and creative things, is that you're kind of fucking over the people that are using your software professionally, which is kind of sucks. It's great for the people getting into stuff who can really cheaply get into stuff, and beginners can get access to tools that would otherwise be really, you know, difficult to get access to, and that's great. It makes it a lot more accessible, but at the same time, it also kind of fucks the people that use your stuff professionally, because those obviously need a lot more things. And if you're then gonna have to pay subscriptions for everything, then yeah, that's gonna be quite expensive after a little while. I'm subscribed to. I mean, that's a good cause. I can get behind that. I mean, I guess music can be a good cause as well, depending how you look at it, but I can get behind that one. I love fucking animals, so I sometimes feel more when I see an animal in need than a human in need, so that says enough, I guess. Music is love, exactly, but it's still completely different things. No, I like it when plugins just do I like it when they do the best of both worlds. Like either give like an option to buy outright for the people that can, or just do it as like a rent to own thing. I kind of like that as well. There's also companies who simply just have a subscription model and have a purchase at once thing. Usually when they do that, then if it's software, then the purchase outright option does not include updates, or only includes like 1 or 2 updates, and after that you have to purchase, or you have to pay again for the update, which makes sense. But then at least you give the consumer a choice, which I think is the way to go. Splice has both. Yeah, I mean, like I love it when companies just do it like that, when they give people the option, you know. And like I said, especially because of the creative, like professional creative industry, you know, I think that's the commercial industry where you know, professionals get paid for the stuff that they do, and all the jobs that they do and shit. Like I think for those people it would make so much more sense. I think a lot of those people kind of like to stay away from subscription models unless, you know, I guess like some subscription models is fine, like I said, but the more you need, the more expensive it's gonna get in the long run. I guess you can up your prices as like a I guess a graphic designer or something like that, because like the whole thing with the Adobe thing cost a lot of graphic designers to move over to like non-subscription based like graphic design software. Those saw a huge increase when Adobe switched over to their new model, and it makes sense. Yeah, so that's one thing you sometimes might see, that the rent-to-own thing is gonna cost you more than the plugin would actually cost. I think that's a shitty move. I think that's just a shitty move. But I see it as well. I see that sometimes when I check those things out. Tracklib is actually pretty cool. I haven't used it, but that's actually a pretty cool concept. I can get behind Tracklib. That's I've looked, especially like if I was still doing hip hop beats, I would have fucking loved that, and I would have definitely just used it every single fucking day because it's really good for that. Just being able to sample records that have been released a long time ago, and just being able to clear the sample for like you said, like $50 or something. That's really good, and it opens up so much room for like interesting collaborations, and it helps the old artists as well, right? Because it especially these days with all the whole TikTok stuff and all that, like how many young kids get introduced to older music because of a sample that they heard on like a different track that is a lot more modern. It happens a lot, and I think it's a cool thing. It definitely tries to make the whole clearing of samples thing a lot more easy, which definitely needs to happen more, I guess. Because I mean they're growing quite fast as well. So I mean the database is growing a lot, and more artists, I guess, are also joining with Tracklib. So that's kind of good to see. Okay. What were we doing? What were we gonna do? Let's see if we can get some kind of ambience going in this. I'll use a pigments for that. Or just do some granular thing. Yeah, I don't know anything about Linux. I've used Windows and Mac. Mac mostly during my graphic design times on art school. Um, but I've used Windows all my life, basically. Let's go in here, and I made some more samples that I have a folder right here that I basically called single hits for granular. It's basically just all like one shot hits of like brass and vocal stuff. Well, I need to make more. There's no vocal stuff yet, but there are pretty, some cool samples for like in granular things. Like those kind of brassy kind of. We, for instance, take this one and just turn this on. So that's somewhere here. And those are in D sharp. So let's go and put this on D sharp. Let's see what we can do with this. Okay, I think that's just gonna go and continue. Um, Yeah, we're at 162, medic. Sorry. I have a bit of a thing here that sounds like this. Which is the start to something. So, I kind of want to go into that eventually. And now the transition is completely shit. But we have a start to something. We need something a lot more interesting than that shaker. But we'll get to that. But I think this is the tempo that we're gonna do. I just want to do something different. And when if I think about like which genres are gonna go with what I have in mind for the upcoming EP, then techno could definitely fit as like a track in between two drum and bass ones, I guess. Albeit maybe techno with a slightly different thing. I don't know yet. We'll see. Oh, I do like that with the Reese. I'm actually not too sure yet about this one. I think we can do something more interesting with this. I'm listening to the relationship between these two. That's nice. Doesn't really matter, there's nothing up there, so... I'm thinking about like the chords here. What kind of thing we're gonna do? I don't really like the sound of it, but yeah, we're gonna have to resample that thing. Okay, I have an idea. Let's see. I'm gonna turn this one off. Let's see, right here. We're gonna have some kind of a... Let's make it a bit shorter. Some kind of a pattern. So the notes that we had earlier were this, of course. Which kind of works. Okay. So if we modulate that with macro 1, we can do... It's a bit much. Can we decrease that? Yo, later, Final Fix. Ooh, that's actually kind of cool. What if we... Ooh, that's actually kind of cool. What if we do that? Kind of like the pattern. Can go something like that, maybe. Not sure if I like that intro yet. Can we do to this? Think. I'm trying to think what I want to do with the intro. Because this is not what I want. That's for sure. That thing. That ambience layer is fine. Can work with that. Yo, Wiggles. The ambience might change in terms of notes, but let's see. What do I want to do for the intro? What vibes can we do? It's quite an ominous sounding ambience. Quite like it actually. What if we have that in the intro? Huh? I'm just gonna leave that alone, because that's fine. Let's mute this one for now. I'm gonna try a different intro approach. Oh wait, I keep forgetting I made racks for these, so I don't have to go and browse through contact. Is it brass? Do I have brass yet? Wait, what? Oh, here. There we go. We wanna have maybe some horns. Yo, Blacktronics. This is, by the way, a really nice Max for Life device called MIDI Wheels. MIDI Wheels right here. Pretty nice. Just dropped it on here and you've got your mod wheel right here. You can just automate this knob. So you don't have to go into the clip. You can just do whip, you can just automate it right here. Really nice. Which is going to be cool. It's going to be pretty helpful for things like this. Because I hate having to go into the clips all the time to change the mod wheel while all the other automation is in different places. And then this just fixes it. Not entirely sure if this is the sound I want, but let's grab another one. I guess I can just change this one to maybe that one. Maybe that one. That's low as fuck. Oh, I think I like the sound of the other one more then. I just wanna make a bit of a brass tap real quick. I'm not going for realism. Let's see. I'm gonna put a lot of reverb on it. It's just Ableton, please add a freeze groups function. Come on. We need it. I know everybody wants it. Don't need to do that. We can just... Everybody wants it. Alright? Will be so... Oh wait, I think the reverb wasn't done yet. Let's make that fade out properly. No, having the option to freeze groups would be so good. The amount of times that I have a moment when I just was like, oh, if I could just freeze that and flatten it, that would be so handy. When in doubt, pitch stuff down. Always sounds cool. Like I said, when in doubt, pitch stuff down. What if we... Mm. Probably gonna do something else here. I'm not sure if we're gonna have this here, but let's think. Ooh, what if we also filter this one and just make it start like that and then go up like... I have no clue what kind of sound we need, so I'm just gonna go, I guess, and grab an atmosphere, because then we can just browse through a bunch of patches and see until we find something that kind of fits, and then use that from there on. I know what we can do, because I know it needs to be quite reverbed, I think. So let's just grab a reverb already. Just do that one. Quite wet. That'll do for now. I don't want a short synth though, I want something more, let's see, synth poly, maybe? What do we have here? We'll probably do some resampling on it with Portal or something, but so what else do we have? Mysterious? Not too many. around there's some cool stuff happening. We almost don't hear stuff. This board was doing so many weird things, I think. I like the tone of it, basically, but not what it's doing. Can we do something with that? If I resample that. Yeah, I like parts of it, but think of what we could do with the intro here to spice it up. I like the tone of this, but I don't like what it's doing. So, maybe we should just go back to here and worry about this later. Let's go to here. Let's just say the intro is good enough for now. Yeah, the kicks are still there. I guess we're gonna start introducing them here. Let's just go and start working on this section and see where we end up. Now it says G. Let's just see what happens if we put it in D sharp. Just so we have something there. Just drag some stuff in. We'll see what works. We can always take stuff out again. That's usually my approach. Just add stuff and keep doing things, and then eventually you'll have a gigantic mess. And then you need to figure out what is the good part in the mess. And then usually you'll end up with something that is worth finishing, if you do it that way. Especially when you start feeling like you're getting stuck, like I feel that feeling coming, then the best thing to do is just start adding things. Oh, and I need a drink. Talking about adding things, I need to add a drink. Because I'm all out. And I guess I need to, I'm the 8-bar Loopmaster. That's a good one. Yeah. I know more people like that. I can be like that too sometimes, but a lot of times I can also be the intro master. I'll go take a piss real quick. Do I have something to put on for you guys? You can have that one for a bit. It's not finished yet, but up until here it looks pretty okay. I'll let you listen to that. It's not finished yet, but like I said, I don't really have much else to find. I'll just yeah, sure. you can listen to that. I've been working on this one for a bit. I'm not happy with it yet, but I'm kind of liking where it's going. So I'll let you listen to that, and I'll be back in just a bit. Okay. Yeah, I was mostly working on that bass in the drop with the harmonies on it. That's what I was mostly working on. The intro, I actually just now realized it was a different version of the one that I actually thought it was, but I was mostly working on this. Like it's nice and full right now already. But the harmonies of it were kind of interesting. Need some more edits here and there. But like that harmony there is so fucking cool. There's a couple of other ones that I had here. Is this? Oh yeah. that thing. Such a weird vibe. Such a weird vibe. Kinda wanna make it heavier, but I'm not sure how yet. Is this? Okay, that sounds like shit. Although it's probably because it's warped. What do we have here? Something weird. Oh, that was mostly this thing that I kinda liked. What's that? Oh wait, that was the intro chords that I really liked. The ambience right here is kinda cool. Some interesting bits here. That's kinda cool. Around here. Some other stuff happening that I don't like, but a whole bunch of things in here that I need to work on. And some other things that I haven't shown on stream, but I won't do that on stream. There's some other bits I've been working on. But those are mostly EP bits, if you get what I mean. Which kinda, a lot of those have been started on stream now I think about it. But they've just evolved so much that they're not really similar anymore as to what it was on stream, I guess. There might still be parts and elements left over from the bits that I did on stream. There's one, I believe, where there's a couple of bits from a couple of different streams that were combined into something new. That's what a lot of these streams also are. Like, when I'm doing a stream, I'm not necessarily making a track, right? I'm just doing sound design, a lot of times doing that at the same time while arranging something that could become a track. But then a lot of times, you just take bits and pieces that you like in the end, and those end up in a track, right? Those end up being something that you end up using. You're just looking for stuff, I guess. Should we, see if we can find some vocal thing in here? Because I dragged it in and we didn't use it at all, and it's looking at me. It's looking at me. Please, listen to me. Check me. Look for me. Look for a vocal.
This is a modern city. This is a modern city.
First thing I'm gonna do,
This is a modern city.
I'm gonna try denoise this thing, because there's probably gaps in here where we have nothing but noise. And then I can basically remove that entire noise from this file. That should make it a bit cleaner. Like right here. Just noise. Perfect. Let's grab Isotope RX Spectral Denoise. Holy shit. You just said, do you save the tracks as... Thank God for reminding me to save the project. Whew. And answer to your question, no, I don't really do that a lot. I have been doing it a little bit with like ideas. Like sometimes I have like, especially when I'm going through old projects, that's when I started doing it. When I find like, oh, this is actually a cool bassline idea, but only the bassline in the project is cool, and I just want to save that clip with the preset and everything. I've been starting to use it a little bit as well, but not too often, honestly. So yeah, it's a bit something that I probably should do more. But I always forget it, that it's a thing, right? What I have been doing a lot is creating racks. So for things that I like, and things that I use, or that I can see myself using, I've been starting to make racks. Now, these folders aren't really that full up yet, so there's not really much... I don't really have much reason to go in here yet. But if I keep doing this, then over, like, let's say a couple of months, there will be, like, a ton of really good sounds in here, so that when I'm starting a new thing on stream, I can just go into those folders and have some really good sounds that I know I like already sorted out, and then I can just see if we... and it'll help to get started a lot quicker. But basically just been making some folders, like right here, just like some folders with like some racks that are basically just a preset in a synth grouped in a rack and then saved as a preset in my folders here, so I can just load them up, which is nice to have. And there's some empty folders as well, but... and as well, like for instance, some of those contact libraries, I find it so annoying to go through the preset browsers, having to open up the library, then going to the preset browser, looking for sounds in there. I'm just going through some of the contact libraries that I have that I like a lot, or that I like the sound of, or that I know that there are sounds in it that I like. I'm just saving the presets that I like to racks as well in these folders, so that I can just load them in, and I can just quickly do it, which is going to make things a lot easier. And it also forces you to go through the things that you have, which is good, because then eventually you're going to have more of an idea of what is in there. There's a lot of Spitfire stuff, yeah, especially the contact libraries for all the orchestral stuff. I eventually want to have racks for all the orchestral things, but separate, so I don't have to go through the hassle of loading them in Contact and finding the library that I want. I can just pick them from my Ableton browser. That's going to make things so much easier. So I have been saving some of the ones that I use a lot into like racks. Okay, so this is quite helpful. You can kind of find a section where there's only noise, like right here. You just play that, and before you do that, just click Learn. And now it's learning, and then we play. Now it should learn the curve. Sure. Maybe if we play and then press, there we go. So now it has the noise curve, basically. Then we can... I don't like taking it out completely, because usually when you need to listen to the part where the voice is, so if we just go to here, let's see what we get.
There can be delirium, hallucinations, and a loss of the sense of time and space. Inhibitions are released, and often the marijuana user is involved in crime and immorality. There can be delirium, hallucinations, and a loss of the sense of time and space. Inhibitions are released, and often the marijuana user is involved in crime, immorality. There can be delirium, hallucination, and a loss of the sense of time and space.
How does the best quality sound the worst?
Marijuana user is involved in crime and immorality. There can be delirium, hallucinations, and a sense of time and space.
Right.
Inhibitions are released, and often the marijuana user is involved in crime and immorality. There can be delirium, hallucinations, and a loss of the sense of time and space. Inhibitions are released, and often the marijuana user is involved in crime and immorality.
So
there
see?
Can be delirium, hallucinations, and a loss of the sense of time and space.
How much we're actually already removing.
Inhibitions are released, and often the marijuana user is involved in crime
and I'll probably gate it as well, but
hallucinations and a loss of the sense of time and space. Inhibitions are released, and
that's
often
actually
the
quite good already.
Is involved in crime and immorality. There can be delirium, hallucinations, and a loss of the sense of time and space.
That's pretty good. Let's freeze flatten this thing, which might take a little bit. No, it's not Reefer Madness, but it's a very similar thing. It's one of those old US narcotics, anti-drug use movies, which are absolutely hilarious. Like, there's so many of them on YouTube. If you want to have a laugh, just go and watch one of those. It's absolutely fucking hilarious. Like, as a Dutch person, I understand why they even thought that was a good thing to do. A lot of those movies, actually, when you look at them, like I get what they were trying to do, but in a lot of instances, it actually, as somebody who has experience with drug use in the past, it's almost gonna make people want to use more. If you get what I mean. How some of those movies are made, and it's like, what the hell? Like there's some of them which I've watched. I know they're from a different time, so it's like they knew so much less, especially about things like what triggers X uses into using again, if you get what I mean. And there's so many of those movies which are just filled with things which could potentially trigger ex addicts into falling back into their habits. And it's like so weird seeing that in an anti-drug movie. It's so fucking hilarious. But like I said, if you wanna see a couple of them, go to that YouTube channel that I said earlier, that Periscope Films YouTube channel. They have so many of them. Like if we just if you just search here, if you just search that, which is the channel that I grabbed this one from as well, and then just typed this next to it, you get a lot of these movies, and there's some of them are absolutely hilarious. And it's basically a lot of them are like the Reaver Madness one, and there's so many of them. Hey, Elk is streaming as well. Go follow Elk, everybody, if you haven't. But there's a lot of them that are really, really funny, and there's some really good vocal samples in these. Like, you can see I've checked a ton of them, but there's too many. Hey, Reaver Madness is actually there as well. But there's a lot of them, and like I said, there's so many vocal samples, and that whole channel has like railroad safety videos from the Santa Fe Railroad Company and all those kind of things as well. And some of them, it's kind of like looking for a needle in a haystack sometimes, because there's also a lot of ones that just won't be interesting at all for sampling. There will be ones that just have a ton of background music going all throughout the thing, especially with a lot of those old films. A lot of them will have like just orchestral music underneath them, like all the entire movie, and there won't be a single part without any background music. So you have to look around a little bit, but every now and then you find one with like a good type of voiceover and a good style of voice with the right amount of like crunchy distortion because it's old. And that's like, when you find one of those, it's like, yes. Like the voice in this one has the perfect sound, and that's when I grab it from YouTube and just put it in that folder. Like this one has the right sort of like sound.
There can be delirium.
Right? And like I said, there's so many cool ones. There's one that is actually absolutely hilarious. I'm not gonna show it on stream because there's one scene in it with a fake severed hand, and I don't think YouTube is gonna like it if I play it on stream. But I can show you the title. It's a great example of how those old movies can be absolutely hilarious. In a certain sense. What was it called again? Oh yeah, I remember. Is that it? Yeah. Right here. Oregon presents a serious look at chainsaw safety, featuring Chainsaw Charlie. That one is perfect example of how some of those movies are absolutely weird but funny. And then to think that they've put that movie in front of probably a whole group of employees for their company to watch, that makes it even more funny, knowing that. I can link it in the Discord, yeah, sure. I'll drop it in the Discord. I'll just drop it in the general tab. You wanna go have a watch? You can go watch that after the stream. It's so weird. And I have a bunch more that I remember. There was one with a Noisia sample in it that I found, which was actually a video about what was it? Huge digger equipment, like those huge excavator kind of things. And it was like a the how that one was called "Shaking Hands with Danger," I believe, and you probably recognize those couple of words from a Noisia track, because it was in that film as well. And I was just watching some random videos about safety. I was watching one first about railroad safety, and then I found that one which was about like excavator safety or something. I was just looking for samples, right? I was just looking for vocal samples, and then suddenly I hear a vocal going, "You're shaking hands with danger," and I'm like, "Wait, what?" But I forgot what it was called. I think "Shaking Hands with Danger." Could be this one. This is another one of those channels, AV Geeks. That's another channel that um, archives a lot of old movies. So if you want another one, AV Geek 16mm films is another one. But I find this one is a bit more random. This one also includes like home videos of people that just found home videos, which sometimes that feels a bit weird to watch, honestly. But there's so many weird shit. Oh, you're watching it right now? I just can't fathom that they put that as a safety movie for like new employees of a company or something. It's so hilarious. But it's really cool. Oh, maybe it was this one. Oh no, that's a track. I remember it was one of those films. Yeah, I think it was that one, which is the same as these. But like a ton of those movies, like old war documentaries from like the 50s and shit, like those sometimes contain weird vocal samples that are really good. You just need to find a good voice. Oh yeah, like don't get me wrong, I can see that. Yeah, I got plenty of friends who work in construction who, when I think about that and I think about safety, I'm like, not sure if you and safety are the best combination. Don't think they go hand in hand too well. Okay, so now we have the same thing but with a lot less noise.
There can be delirium, hallucinations, and a loss of the sense of time and space. Inhibitions are released, and often the marijuana user is involved in crime and immorality. There can be and a loss of the sense of time and space. Inhibitions are released, and often the marijuana user is involved in crime and immorality. There can be delirium, hallucinations, and a loss of the sense of time and space. Inhibitions are released, and often the marijuana user is involved in crime and immorality.
It's such a weird safety movie. It's one of the odder ones that I found. Like there's some odd ones, but it's definitely one of the odder ones that I found. Um, I remember some of those Santa Fe railroad safety movies can be quite fun as well. I remember one. Which one was it? Mind Your Step or something, which was all about how to get off moving railroad cars, and it had some weird scenes as well. You can probably imagine people coming under a train wheel or something with their leg, and it was as fake as it can be, but if you just wanna have a late night exploration of the weird side of YouTube, then that's definitely one of the paths you can head into. Um,
Each day, drug addiction makes new conquests.
there's so many vocal samples in these kind of things. Like we can literally find so many samples in here.
This is a modern city.
Like that could be a sample.
This is a modern city. noisy, confusing, and complex. A place of friendship or loneliness.
So let's do some, I don't know.
This is a modern city, noisy, confusing, and complex. A place of
Now obviously there's areas with music in this as well, so we're gonna have to find an area without music.
This is a modern city, noisy, confusing.
And the gate is just temporary. I would probably gate it just myself by using fades. But for now it works to kind of cut it out.
This is a modern city.
You can still hear there's still a good amount of noise in it, but it's fine. We could do another round of noise reduction if you want, but it's fine. Let's raise the noise again, sure.
This is a modern city. This is a modern city. This is a modern city. Noisy, confusing, and complex. A place...
Let's go to an area where there's no music. I can see that here it starts. That's the last piece of music.
Let us examine marijuana. This drug is obtained...
Yeah, okay, that's a bit much.
Let us examine marijuana. This drug is obtained from the innocent-looking plant Cannabis indica or Cannabis sativa.
Oh, yeah.
Of the thistle family. Cannabis has a commercial value.
Like, dude, this just wants me... This just makes me want to light up hearing this. Like, let's be honest. And this is an anti-marijuana movie. Like, that's what I mean. It's like...
Let us examine marijuana. This drug is obtained from the innocent-looking plant Cannabis indica or Cannabis sativa, an herb of the thistle family. Cannabis has a commercial value. The stalks and stems are used in the manufacture of rope, hemp cloth and twine, mats and paper. The seed is valuable to the paint industry by producing...
Just have it say noisy, confusing, and complex before dropping into some dark nerve from Greece. I mean, you can just take a part that sounds cool, but I just want to see if we can find something interesting.
By producing an oil with a fast drying property. Cannabis has also been used in medicine to relieve pain, encourage sleep, and soothe restlessness. In recent years, however, it has been supplanted by other less dangerous drugs. The flowering top of the female plant produces a gum which contains the active constituent cannabin, the alkaloid of the drug. This substance has an intoxicating and stimulating effect on the human body. The marijuana habit has claimed its victims in Asia and the Near East for 1,000 years. Known as hashish, it is often taken as a
Watch how you chop
or
those
eaten as
trees.
candy. Since 1934, marijuana...
I'll have a look around and see if I can find some more hilarious ones, because I know I remember some other ones that I found that were also really hilarious. So I'll see if I can find them and post them in the Discord after the stream. If I remember, I might have still have an old hidden playlist on YouTube where I saved them, so I'll check. But that Chainsaw Charlie, that one, just, I'll never forget that one. I think I watched the entire thing through, and I might have been high as a kite when I did that, but I watched the entire thing when I first found it, I remember. I was too invested, mate. I was too invested in Chainsaw Charlie.
Since 1934, marijuana has become a growing menace in the United States, where it is mostly consumed by smoking. The average marijuana cigarette contains a dangerous amount of the drug.
Like, what the fuck? These things are so dumb.
The average marijuana cigarette contains a dangerous amount of the drug.
A dangerous amount of the drug. Oh my god. Yeah, it's literally gonna kill me, mate.
Like most other narcotic drugs, this one too has distinct, immediate, and chronic effects. Exhilaration, laughter, bloodshot eyes, and a peculiar...
Oh my god, you're gonna fucking laugh? No way.
Exhilaration, laughter, bloodshot eyes.
Oh my god, no. We can't have that. We can't have laughter.
Bloodshot eyes, and a peculiar odor from the breath. Bloodshot eyes, and chronic effects. Exhilaration, laughter, bloodshot eyes, and a peculiar odor from the breath are the usual symptoms of initial intoxication. Exhilaration.
Like, you can actually chop these up to make a cool vocal, honestly. Like, if you take...
Exhilaration. Bloodshot eye. Exhilaration. Bloodshot eyes and a... Exhilaration. Bloodshot eyes. From the breath are the usual symptoms of initial intoxication.
And then this part, maybe? Like, you can take bits and pieces, right? And just create something new out of it. You don't have to use every part. Just looking for something that works.
Exhilaration. Bloodshot eyes are the usual symptoms of initial intoxication.
Right? That could be a sample. You have to maybe tweak it a bit to make it fit better and make it sound better, but... yeah, it's just the recording quality, right? It's just the old recording quality, and it's probably also because it's probably been stored on tape, which has degraded over time, and then it has been digitized by that Periscope film company, and that during that digitization process, you obviously get the distortion that has been created over time. You know, the whole recording might have been re-recorded on a different tape at some point. You know how it goes. It's not like these days where everything was just, you know, was just digital. Yeah, the denoising thing is handy for this kind of thing. The isotope RX thing is really good, especially if you have like a good sample, and even those parts with like background music. Let's say there is a part in there with background music that you actually like. If the background music is not complicated, like if it's, let's say, just a high string sound, like maybe it's just like a spooky vocal and there's a high string layer behind it, and you want to chop it up, but that high string layer is just either out of key with your track or it just doesn't fit at all and it makes it sound fucked. You can open that up in Isotope RX, and you can probably, using Isotope RX's selection tools, just only select the frequencies of that violin that is playing in the background and only remove that, which sometimes can just really save a sample. But the denoising is really good, I find.
There can be delirium, hallucinations.
Like that is also, this could be part of that same vocal that we have. Like you can have this section as well included.
There can be delirium, hallucinations.
It can even be before this. Like we can have...
Exhilaration, bloodshot eyes. There can be delirium, hallucinations. There can be delirium, hallucinations, exhilaration. There can be delirium, hallucinations, exhilaration, bloodshot eyes, and a loss of the sense of time and space.
Put that after it.
There can be delirium, hallucinations, exhilaration, bloodshot eyes, and a loss of the sense of time and space.
There you can have a vocal.
Initial intoxication.
We might not even need that part. See, so now we have made something new out of those parts. I'll just save that and see what else we have.
Inhibitions are released, and often the marijuana user is involved in crime and immorality. Each day, drug addiction makes new conquests.
Now we get music again, so now we get an unusable part, or mostly unusable. This one is kind of cool.
Each day, drug addiction makes new conquests.
A little bit, but let's see what else we get. So where does the music go away? Here?
The drug addict sacrifices his whole life for his narcotic. He sacrifices his family and friends, his own body, his health. In his desperate attempt to maintain a supply of drugs, the addict rarely has sufficient food or clothing. The terrible conditions under which his compulsion forces him to live.
Also stereotyping much? Holy shit.
The terrible conditions under which his compulsion forces him to live tend to slowly
It's absolutely
destroy
bizarre.
him.
Like, these kind of things would never go anymore today. Like, how they would make those movies. Such a one-sided view on what is actually going on. Yeah, a lot of them have similar voices, I agree. Might have been like a lot of them were just by the similar guy, the voiceover.
Federal authorities relate that
Especially in these anti-drug movies, like this voice, I've heard so many times, this type of voice.
Federal authorities relate that addicts die of tuberculosis at the rate of 4 to 1 compared to non-addicts, more than 2 to 1 of pneumonia, more than 5 to 1 of premature old age, 3 to 1 of brain hemorrhage, 3 to 1 of cancer and other malignant. Continued excessive use of many drugs can create circumstances resulting in irreversible brain damage. Continued excessive use of many drugs can create circumstances resulting in irreversible brain damage. Irreversible brain damage.
That's a fucking pre-drop vocal sample.
Irreversible brain damage.
That's a fucking pre-drop vocal sample. Smash into it with a hugely distorted techno kick right after it.
Irreversible brain damage.
I think we found something cool. See, it was good to move on and see what else we had. That's a good one.
Irreversible brain damage.
That's a really good one. Yeah, early microphones were noisy, and like I said, then on top of that, you've got all the exactly, that's also part, the radio voice kind of style, that's also part of it. But what else you hear in a lot of these old movie recordings is that extra added distortion from recording it to tape, storing it for decades somewhere, and having the tape degrade, then having it digitalized, and that is also part of it. There's a lot of things that make it sound this way. It's a combination of a lot of these things. But it's a great sound for vocal sampling, let's be honest. It's the right sort of like distortion that these samples have, and yeah. So that part is just
Irreversible brain damage.
or just a brain damage, indeed.
Brain damage.
That's also good. Let me just make you a different color, because that is fucking good. What else is here?
Many drug addicts have ended their tortured lives permanently insane. Permanently insane.
That's another pretty good one.
Permanently insane.
Tape distortion is good, yeah, especially if it's an old tape and it's been degraded, right? It has that yeah, it's good. Okay, so we get music again. Then we get more music.
Still you were
More music. More music. But this music is really quiet, so maybe...
Here, have a cigarette.
Oh, that's just like a cutscene. Those are usually the weird parts of these movies.
Here, have a cigarette.
No, Joe.
Come on, this is a special one. You know the one I told you about? Come on now, relax.
It's also just fun, just digging through either old records or old movies, just looking for samples. You see the most weirded shit, and sometimes you find stuff and then you're like, holy shit, that's such a cool sample, and it just makes the whole process so much more fun.
Come on now, relax. Learn to live.
These parts could actually be fun as like a little extra part.
You know the one I told you about? Come on now, relax. Learn to live.
Especially with that part that we have. This part, this relaxed part, it could be really good, cool as a contrast with what we have here. That
irreversible brain damage.
Where was it? Fuck, now I lost it. Where was it? Great for silly outros. Yeah, exactly. Or a little breakdown silly part. Somewhere here.
Here, have a cigarette.
No, Joe.
Come on, this is a special one.
No, Joe.
You know the one I told you about?
I'm just grabbing ideas now from this because this could actually turn this into a really funny track, but it might actually work.
Here, have a cigarette.
No, Joe.
Come on,
This is from an old anti-drug use movie called Assassin of Youth from the 1950s.
Here, have a cigarette.
No, Joe.
Come on, this is a special one. You know the one I...
Come on, this is a special one. Irreversible brain damage.
Naturally, you had a date.
I hope that music is not gonna get claimed, but whatever. Doesn't matter.
Here, have a cigarette.
It's not like the streams make
No,
that much
Joe.
revenue anyway.
Come on, this is a special one. You know the one I told you about? Come on now, relax. Learn to live.
Yeah, it's similar to that one.
Just one puff and see if you like it. Come on, you're not scared. Come on, try it.
Oh shit, that was actually pretty cool.
Come on, you're not scared. Come on, try it.
It's too bad that there's the music behind it. If it was without that music, it would have been even better. But that could maybe be a job for Isotope RX. I think I even have Isotope RX saved as the editor. Wait, where did they move the button to? Oh, there. Yeah. So you can save an editor in your settings of Ableton that you use to open up audio files with. So I've just selected Isotope RX, so when I do that, it automatically opens up the sample. And I can basically just edit it in here. It has now opened up the entire thing. So that's a bit of that's a bit shit. So I would have to consolidate the sample and then open it up. But it's quite cool. And then after you save it, it brings it back in here. So if I, for instance, now do... I can quickly see if I can show you. Let me just make a copy of this. Because we're not going to do much more tune making today, I think. It's already getting late. But we're just going to have some more sound design stuff going, I think. So if I now consolidate this, so it's a little bit shorter. And then let's also make it a bit louder. Consolidate it again. If I now data rape warning. If I now do edit, it opens up this one. And you can kind of see where the violin sits. So with a bit of use of these tools, you can probably get rid of some of the music in some of these areas. So, like if you...
Come on now, relax.
Let's say that one. Let's see what we can do to it. That's annoying. Why do you scroll?
Learn to live. Come on now, relax.
So I'm not sure how well it's gonna work on this one because there's quite a lot. That won't work.
Come on. Come on now, relax. Come on now, relax.
I mean, you have to look into these. I'm not entirely... Oh, wait, maybe the music rebalance thing could be really handy.
Come on now, relax. Learn to live.
That's what I mean.
Take just one puff and see if you like.
It's on some of them it might get a bit too much, but you can use this to kind of get rid of a lot of it. Like Isotope RX is such an underrated tool. Especially when you have that one sample that just sounds cool, but there's something in it that just doesn't sound good. You can a lot of times get rid of quite a lot of it.
You did well that night.
Yeah, I don't use it enough either. It's also good for editing like other things. Like let's say you have a really processed bass sample that you've done a lot of resampling and processing on, and there's some weird fucking resonance in it that just doesn't sound good. But the sample itself is really nice. Then you can just open it in RX and just delete that resonant frequency. So yeah, that's quite helpful.
You used your head. And despite everything, didn't you feel good when the phone rang the next day?
Oh, Joe, I thought I'd never hear from you again.
You glad I called?
Oh, yes, Joe. I'm so sorry
Oh, yes,
about
Joe.
last night.
You mean you're sorry you didn't torch up? Don't worry, baby.
Oh my god.
You mean you're sorry you didn't torch up? Don't worry, baby. I got a stack of fine stuff.
He's got a stack of fine stuff.
I got a stack of fine stuff.
Oh my god.
Don't worry, baby. I got a stack of fine stuff.
Like I said, these movies
Wanna
are so
do a few with me
ridiculous.
tonight?
Don't talk like that, Joe. Not over the telephone.
I'm in a...
No, not over the telephone, Joe. It's fine in real life, but not over the telephone. Come on.
Not over the telephone.
I'm in a phone booth. Pick you up tonight at 7. Okay?
I really don't think I should go out with you anymore.
What's the matter? Don't you want to see me anymore? You be home at 7.
What the fuck? That sounded like an AI generated voice.
You be home at 7. You be home at 7.
What the hell happened there?
You be home at 7.
You'll be home at 7.
See you later. You be home at 7. See you later.
Yeah, there's so many good samples in these things, man.
There was one way. If only you could snap out of it, escape these feelings. There was one way. Call Joe.
Of course, Joe is the solution to everything.
The rest is just a bad dream. But
Oh, that's a good sample too.
the rest is just a bad dream. But one with permanent effects. You have a record now.
And this one is not too bad with that extra part after it. That
The rest is just a bad dream, but one with permanent effects.
what's his number? I don't know. Ask him. Joe.
You have a record now, Judy. Everybody knows about you. That's bad enough. But it could have been worse. It could have gone on. From Joe and his reefers to perhaps someone else. And heroin or morphine. This is what it could have been like, Judy.
Oh my god, I can already see the movie in front of me. I haven't even watched this one, but I can already see what they're gonna do. They're gonna show it as if everybody who uses weed one time is gonna end up using heroin and injecting stuff into their veins. Like that's the type of way that they portrayed that stuff back in those days.
This girl has just started to show withdrawal symptoms from addiction to heroin.
See? Like I said. I'll skip that part. Sounds like it's not really gonna be good for sampling with a moaning girl behind it.
This girl, hours further,
Yeah, like I said, that's not really gonna be too good.
telling you.
I mean,
People can even imagine. She too, a few months ago, thought she could take it or leave it alone.
like how the fuck, what? Some of these movies, man.
Tragedy is thousands of young people are being... How would you like to be this one?
What the hell is she doing?
How would you like to be this one, Judy? This is her third... Come on, Judy, we have more to see yet.
Okay,
She might as well be dead.
No, that's not really nice what you said there.
She might as well be dead. This is Judy's story. In some ways unusual, in some ways very ordinary. There are many more like it. What can we, the people of America, do?
Well, okay, let's see. We have a really good one here.
Irreversible brain damage.
That one is really gonna be good. And I think that one could fit right here. Right? Right over here. It's even a full bar long. Perfect.
The use of narcotics.
Oh, wait.
Irreversible brain damage.
Just have to time it a little bit, have to stretch it a little bit, but...
Irreversible brain damage.
It almost already fits.
Irreversible brain damage. 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 Irreversible.
That's pretty much time. Oh, fuck. Don't do that. Let's see what we get if we start.
Irreversible brain. Irreversible brain damage. 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 Irreversible brain damage.
Who?
Irreversible brain damage. Irreversible brain. Irreversible brain damage. 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 Irreversible brain.
Oh, fuck. Wanted to put that in front of it.
Irreversible brain damage. 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 Irreversible brain damage.
it's a bit of an anticlimax at the moment. The syllable and rhythm is perfect. Exactly. It's perfect.
Irreversible brain damage.
It's perfect. We just need to work on the drop after it, and we need to work on the part in front of this. Basically. Let's put that at the bottom. So here, I probably also want to take this one out during the last part, so that we get
Irreversible brain damage.
Get the brain damage separate, and we could maybe even do, which one is the higher one? That one. Let me put that at the top. Could even say
Irreversible brain damage.
have that, or do this.
Irreversible brain damage. Irreversible brain damage. Irreversible brain damage. Irreversible brain damage. Irreversible brain damage.
And then this drop is gonna have to be a lot harder. That's one thing that I now know, is that if I'm gonna do this, then this drop needs to be a lot harder. Then this needs to go into the territory that I had earlier, which was, let's see if I can find it again. Was it this one? This one.
Irreversible brain damage.
I forgot. Wasn't that one? We're gonna go more into this kind of territory of heaviness. I feel it's gonna make more sense. And this thing is a bit shit, so I'm gonna take that out, but
Irreversible brain damage.
that's already gonna make so much, that already sounds so much better. Like that little extra distortion. This is a bit quiet. I'm gonna have to work on this section because it needs to build up properly.
Irreversible brain damage.
Like that already works a lot better than what we had. And one thing that I'm hearing that sounds a little bit weird, I think it's this, yeah. That needs to be triggered, so I'm gonna go in here and let's do, which one's number 10? Let's grab that one as the input for this, and then I'm gonna use this external instrument here to send that into track 10, LFO tool. So now the LFO tool is being re-triggered if I turn this on, and that means that it's not going to loop because I've turned it to envelope mode. And then it's just gonna ring out there. Yeah, I know. That is another thing that I really know, like having let's just add another EQ. Maybe even here. And then I know, and then that can have a huge difference. But also like going back into the kick patch itself, there's so much that it will change if we start messing with this. Like just messing with the curve here, for instance. We're gonna get all kinds of oh, there is already multiple curves on top of each other. Like we have this one as well. So many things happening. And then there's the reverb. Which one tiny little change here is gonna change the entire thing. Like if right now it's set to 267. Let's do 262. And the rumble changes. Like that distortion is a bit weird right now because it's just on the entire thing. And I probably want to resample it and just get only the distortion part, but let's go back into here. And let's mess a little bit with this. Let's see what else we can do here. Let's go to the drive category. Yeah, I'm just messing around at this moment. I don't really like the distortion that Trash is doing, honestly. Let's try some other one. Some other thing. Maybe we could try this one. See what happens. We have an input gain to drive it into here. Oh well, that actually sounds pretty good. Jesus Christ, look at the waveform now. Holy sausage. breadcrumbs. Holy shit. Okay, well, this does work to make things loud. That's one thing that's for sure. I haven't really used this one. I got it for free. And I was like, oh, chill, I guess. Never really used it. It works pretty well, I would say. Don't hear much of a difference. But that might be me. Is it too much? I mean, I'm also driving it into the limiter, of course. Oh. It's not really doing much. Brain damage, yeah.
Irreversible brain damage.
Let's see, I'm just quickly gonna go into some of my old samples. These are really old sample folders. Just quickly gonna see if I can add some stuff. And then I'm gonna call it quits for tonight. I might stream again tomorrow, if I feel like it. Because I'm probably gonna work a bit more on this in like after I've taken a break.
Irreversible brain damage.
So many old folders of samples here. So many weird things. Was in here. I have old techno packs. Like, I used to be interested in it back when I first started making music. I still have some leftover samples in this old folder here. Oh, a little extra break pack that I forgot about. Oh, nice. Oh, I have to move those to my other folder. Your folders are so organized? Dude, this is not organized. This folder is a fucking mess. A random Skrillex folder. This folder is a mess, mate. There's all kinds of stuff in here. Really old, Reese. This is from the old dubstep production forum days. I remember submitting these samples for the drum and bass forum production competition in 2010. So these are old samples. I remember we did a competition back then.
Toxic chemicals go straight through and affect the baby.
The drugs that are used,
The experiences, whatever experiences it has, ultimately select the genetic expression that can lead to cancer.
So many weird things. Yeah, I'm probably, if I'm gonna look through these folders, there's gonna be so many weird things. This is also an old pack. Old extra records pack. I used to do dubstep as well, yeah. And I did glitch up for a really long time, like 105, 110 beats per minute stuff. These packs, man, I love these. These old packs. Resample the hell out of these samples and they can be pretty cool. These are a bit too slow for what we're doing, but some shuffle one might actually work. And it's sometimes good to get an idea of what could be interesting. You might hear something in it and you might go, oh, that's actually pretty cool. And then you just go and make something like that with other sounds. I mean, that does add a lot of hype. Acid line could work. kick is so fucking massive. It's like, it's maybe a bit too big, and I might have to reduce a little bit, but I'm not feeling doing that now. It's a weird sound. Let's see what happens if we start messing with that a bit. What else can we find in this folder of old samples? I'm just gonna put stuff in and see what I like and what I don't like. More folders. What else do we have? Do we have a... Like, these are all my more recent sample folders. Those have other stuff in it. I'm gonna call it quits for tonight. I might be back tomorrow. like I said, I'm gonna take a little break, give my ears some rest, and then I'll come back and listen to this again, and probably do some changes. And then if I have something cool, then you'll see me back tomorrow. If I have something that I like, that I want to work on further. Thanks for being here. If you want to help support, you know where to do that. Link is in the chat. At the top of the chat, there's a little blue thing. You can find my Patreon link there. On Patreon, you can find, well, a lot of stuff. This weekend, I'm posting the version 3 pack of the Ableton Rex. So I've got a new update coming. It's probably going to be up on Sunday. Maybe tomorrow. I'll see. But it'll be up this weekend. Yeah, I think it's a bit of a change, right, Medic? But like I said earlier, I have an idea, a plan for what the new music is gonna be, right? Or I have a vision for it, and it includes a different artist name. And I have been thinking, because I want to broaden my stuff as well with that name. I don't just want to limit myself to drum and bass. As much as drum and bass is where my roots are, I also like other things, right? And I've been thinking about what other things can go with it in terms of the vision I have for it. And techno is definitely a thing that could fit into it. Would definitely have to be a bit more of the faster kind of techno, because that's usually what I like more. The like darker, faster and heavier kind of stuff. I'm not too big of a fan of like the more mellow and the more melodic techno stuff. Sometimes it can be cool, but usually it needs to have a bit of a heavy edge for me. But that kind of sound could definitely fit with it too. So, who knows? Maybe you'll see some techno tune of me someday. I'm up for it. Anyways, thanks. I'll be back soon. Like I said, maybe tomorrow or otherwise on Friday. So Friday, 8:30 p.m. Amsterdam time. If I do stream tomorrow, then I'll let you guys know in the Discord. If you want to be a part of that Discord, check out the link in the description, or wait a little moment and I'll drop it in the chat. Thanks to all the people who've been here, and thanks to all the people who've been supporting on Patreon. I've reached a new milestone on Patreon, which I'm still really glad that the Patreon just keeps growing. It's a slow grow, but it keeps growing, and I've reached another new milestone. It's almost like every month I reach another new milestone, because it just keeps going up, which is really nice, and I'm really thankful for all of you who've been supporting there. All the samples and all the stuff that you can get there, go check it out if you haven't yet. And if you want to support me a little bit, then that's the place to do it. Thanks, and I'll see you all in the next one. Should I play this one from the start? Sure. I'll see you all in the next one. Peace.